Hello. How you guys doing? Welcome, welcome. Edifaus, Epic. Hello. How you guys doing? How was your week? Mine was a little rough, but we might get into that later. I don't know. 74 months! This could have been Expedition 33. Listen, alright, I'm like 11-ish, 12 hours into that game now. I don't think I can, like, start it now on stream, alright? I'm 18 hours into that game. Alright? There's so much story stuff that's happened that I can't just, like, jump into that for a stream, okay? Okay? I can't do it. I can't. It's a fun game, though. Really enjoying it. No, but today, yeah, so there is something I do want to focus on today. Jim, how you doing? Let's start the story. Sheesh. So something I wanted to do a while ago was figure out what opcodes are used in all of the tapes, right? And like to mass decode all the tapes and all that kind of stuff. Thank you for 58 months. Holy crap. God, that's a lot. That's a long time. 58 months. Jesus Christ.
It took 58 months since I started watching you to be medicated for ADHD.
Anyway, so so I've discovered some issues with my naive approach, which was just try and disassemble the whole program, the whole script. Just go. That was before well, at that point, when I first got the decompilation stuff working, I didn't realize that a good chunk of these scripts are variables with like initialized data in it. And for the first like script or two, it was fine. That didn't really make me that didn't really like, you know, give me any issues. Your purchase, yeah, I need to. I maybe after my vacation, I'll just not go back or something. I don't know. But yeah, so it was fine with, you know, the first handful of scripts I was disassembling, right? That was with one of the hearing tapes, right? In Europe, in Japan, actually. So the other side of the planet. But yeah, those hearing tapes don't really do much, right? They're mainly you know, play the story a little bit, play out a scene, hit A, play out a scene, hit A, and you know, it's just that, right? No multiple choice, no like, you know, replaying any portion of it or whatever. It's just, you know, from one to the next. So it's very, very straightforward, very simple scripts. Anyway, I wrote a little program to get the stats of all the scripts and all the tapes, because I disassembled all of them, right? I disassembled all of them here. That's what this whole folder is. And it crashed a few times, because it's got like data. It's data, not actual code, but data that are opcodes. And the variables and the options, the parameters of those opcodes break everything. So basically, on the way, just make a tutor on the way back. It's the other direction, though, the exact opposite direction that I'm heading. Now I have a quick way to go to jail. Just go to a different country with my ADHD meds and forget my prescription. Easy multi-prison sentence as a controlled sentence. Jesus Christ. For attempts to statically disassemble 6502 code, turns out it can be tricky to know what's code and where and what isn't. Yeah. Yeah. So I threw together a very rudimentary CDL, a code data logger. Very rudimentary. So I could get that one script disassembled, right? And it worked for that script. But I can't do that for all of them, right? So if I find from here, I name scripts data dot dat and There's 1,000 scripts, 1,300 scripts. Go from U.S. to Japan and then via Europe back, full round trip. That's a lot more flying than I want to be doing, honestly. It's very strange, still a bit of a 2-level dose, but I can now somewhat concentrate and shit. Oh, nice. Is this how normal people work? I don't know. I am unmedicated, so maybe. I don't know. Must be nice. But yeah, so I needed an automated way to figure out what is code and what is not. Can also that's far too long to walk. There's some conflicts between the two locations that I don't really want to get near. So whatever. But yeah, so I figure we know where code starts in each script. We can just start there. Probably using CWBase requires playing through all the tapes in ways that can be done. You hit every path. It would take a while. It's not even that. Method won't create a CDL for the tapes in a way I can use it. Because those are all loaded into memory at the same positions. Right? Even if it's, on two separate banks or whatever, they're overwritten all the goddamn time. So I can't actually rely on that. I have to actually go through it myself. Because you can actually mask ADHD partially with IQ, but ADHD also affects IQ. And I refuse to believe the number I got since I'm dumber than that. Oh. Oh, they needed to test your IQ. Oh, okay. I don't think I've ever gotten mine tested. Oh. Anyway, so this is my first attempt at following the code through to, follow all the jumps and all that kind of stuff. You'll notice it's broken. That's supposed to be a few thousand lines, not 8. So we need to fix that. Oops. Okay, so in the parse stuff, I've got 2 of them now. Smart parse is the new one that I just started doing. This is the naive parse, right? I just want to get proper CDL, generate the VM code. Yeah, which you probably could create, but it's likely not to be the best use of your time. Yeah, so my CDL is hacky at best, but it should work, Britt, how you doing? Welcome. And in fact, if I manually put stuff in, right? So the syntax for this, by the way, it's just a JSON file, right? Very straightforward, very easy to parse. Found out that Jason doesn't know what the hell hexadecimal is, which cool. It's because so I don't have to work too hard on a parser, really. So basically what I do there, it's actually in this code right here. So I've got data structure. This is the actual JSON right here. This stuff is pre-computed cached stuff. I forget what offset is though. Oh, offset's the initial offset from in CPU space. That's what that is. New personal best. Nice. Yeah. So the ranges, and once it loads it up, it will fill this cache, and basically each element indexed by the address. I forget how that address is actually. Script offset. Okay, yeah. 800,000 is the goal for the end of the year. Good luck. Based on static analysis or emulator running the VM. Static analysis, mostly. Infocoder, how you doing? Where I'm... so this is the, more or less, some pretty skeleton basic CDL crap. And for the actual parsing of it, right? So you remember the approach I took for this is something the 6502, where I would read through the code, and every time I found a branch, I'd add that destination address to an array, essentially, right? Every time I found a call, I would add that to an array. And whenever I hit a return or somewhere I've already been, I go to the next location in that array and repeat the process, right? So I'm taking that same approach here. I did it wrong, though, somehow. I'm getting negative offsets somehow in some cases. I don't fucking know how. But, yeah. The code is due for a refactor, but I want to get it working first, at least. Jojo, how you doing? Popping in to say hi. Hello. Football Sunday, and team is winning. Ooh. More importantly, the Jets team and the assholes here are cheering for are losing. Bridgewater, how you doing? Welcome. So if okay, right. So in the naive parse, I do stuff like, hey, if this is data, set it to data and don't try parsing it or whatever, right? But with the non-naive approach, I should be able to take just like that and not have to not read a CDL in, basically, right? Yeah, so we're basically like generating the CDL. Yeah. Simplest way to do it statically, though, is prone to missing things and otherwise failing in a few ways. That's true, yes. But it should see a lot less data as code. And that's what I'm hoping for, honestly. I'd rather false negatives than false positives at this point. Right? Yeah. Start a new Valheim character and world. Start a new character. Usually, if I start a new world, I'll just leave all my crap in one of the worlds and take my character naked to another world. That way I can keep all the levels and all that kind of crap I've got on it, right? Came early to take the entire outside area last week and didn't fill it. Went to another bar because of that. Ooh. Usual mess up sleep cycle. The usual mess up sleep cycle. Yep. The unusual got smacked by allergies. Ooh. Multiple times over the past week. Yee. That's rough. Real football, not that flop ball you call soccer. Anyway, so where is it? This right here does the actual parsing of the token, and then this here is supposed to do the what's it? All the jump and all that kind of crap. But I realized this is wrong. A little bit. This one needs to be the jump absolute. No, 84. Jump absolute. Okay, so no, if it's not jump absolute. Okay. So jump absolute, we need to change the program counter, essentially, the offset, immediately. For everything else, it's conditional, or it's returning to where it called it from. So we just grab that address and add it to the thing. Which, now that I'm looking at it, oh no, okay, yeah, okay. So the branch stuff is script offset, whereas CDL is CPU offset. Okay. Did I try that on the titler? Not yet. I haven't plugged in my titler in a while. So, that's... Yeah. That's because the developer of the coin wants to know the results. Oh! Maybe in a bit. Maybe when I get stuck here, I'll plug it in. Not jump maps. Would seem a bit clear to me. Oh, here? Not jump apps. There. Also, another thing I do want to figure out eventually is script no, not parser, instructions. -2 and -3. I made a change in the code to fix a thing, which made -2 and -3 the same thing. I need to confirm. Well, I need to not confirm, but I need to dig into what the differences between those two actually are. I don't know if I'll get to that in the stream though. I don't know. It seems like no one can get Metal Nest to compile. You guys just tried every emulator out there, trying to find obscure, weird ass emulators to run it on. Yes. All right. That decode. I don't actually want to do that for everything in here. I do want to just do it for the. Come on, this guy. Right there. Oop, oh, no. All right. No, stop that. Stop that. Insert. Code. Nest. Go. StudyBox. Bin. Just stats. For that file. What the hell is it? Based on your output. Or no, not even just stats. No. It's script to code. What's it for that? Input output. Input output stats is going to be stats dot text smart. Nope. Yeah, that ain't right. Okay. Why? Oh. Kitty! You already done our stream? Welcome, how you doing? Thank you for the raid. Appreciate that. How far did you get? Banana, hello! How far did you get? Hi, hold on. I'm holding. What am I holding on to? All right. Not print line, print F. Branch. 04x. And that's going to be branches 0. Chris guess. Hello. Hello. How you doing? How far did you get? Start adder. I think it's start adder like that. I thought you were going to be going a bit longer. That was a short stream. Welcome, though. How you doing? You fought a mime! The fuck-ass Bob. Yeah, I think I missed a mime or two. Oh! The big guy. Fuck. Starts with an E, right? S something. Esteel? Maybe? Gotta look for his rocks? But yeah, I know. I mean, you're talking about that guy was a bastard. I think I had to fight him like two or three times to actually. SK, yeah, that guy. Thank you. I had to fight him a few times to actually get that one. Project complete close. So Kitty was playing Clay Obscure Expedition 33. Where is it? Where is it? This right here, this game. In Francois. El France. Yeah, this is a very fun game. I'm tempted to show screenshots, but I don't want to spoil anything because, oh my god, spoilers. Actually, I got spoilers for screenshots right there. Stop it. Oh my god, spoilers. Such a fun game. Such a fun game. It's allegedly turn-based, but like, there's one guy I found in the overworld that's just like, fucking, when's my turn, damn it? Thank you for the prime, appreciate that. So yeah, Kitty, there's this guy eventually in the overworld. He's not like part of the story or whatever. He's just some fucker you find in the overworld. That like, I went up to him, I punched him, and you're supposed to get the first strike when you punch the guy in the overworld or wherever. And the motherfucker had 4 moves. And then his moves just kept getting longer and longer. And then I finally got my move, and I poked him, and he went, ha, that tickled. And I'm like, wait, no. Wait, no. And then I missed a dodge, and he one-shot all 3 of my peoples. And I'm like, oh. Oh, no. Oh, no. Very rude. It's fucking hilarious, but very rude. You probably won't see him for a while, Kitty. He's Act 2 somewhere, so. You only go first if you have enough speed. Yeah, I certainly did not. If you're close enough in level and you punch them, you'll go first. Probably for the best because parrying. Yeah, so that one. So funny thing. So his attacks were so fucking long. So he'll. His attacks were so long. That's all I'm gonna say about that. That like, I could parry fine, but hitting the dodge, which has a larger window, was a bitch, and I kept missing it. So I had to hold my controller like this instead, so I could parry with my dodge with my index finger. Because my thumb was like seizing up. My thumb was hurting. I've heard that once you're in Act 3, you can quickly skip to the end, but if you do all the side content, you're gonna be so OP. That final boss is easy. I wouldn't be surprised. I am like wandering around and finding all the little things to do and all that kind of stuff, right? Like, there's beaches that you can go to, and it's like fucking parkour, because shut up. And you can get an outfit on those. There's a few of them. There's probably at least like 4 of those. Because like, you only get like 1 outfit each time, right? I think? Maybe it's for the person that completes it. I don't know. It's eyeing me on here. It's a good game. I really enjoy that game. The story is amazing. And there are some really, really fucking funny moments. That just like, when they happen, it just comes out of fucking nowhere. It's like, whoa, what the fuck? Okay. Brush it, yeah. Shit like that. Yeah. Yeah. So you're heading to the village. Fight the village chief if you get a chance. It's very French. It is extremely French. So I'll grab the pictures that I posted on Kitty's Discord, because I've already cropped them to keep out spoilers. Let's scroll. Hang on. Where is it? There it is. So this is one of the unlockable outfits. If I can drag the correct window over, good God. This is one of the unlockable outfits right here. And on the back, you've got a fucking baguette strapped to it. Volk nicht. How you doing? Am I saying that right? Welcome. Am I into assembly? Yeah, I'd say so. So right now, while I'm not directly interacting with 6502, the scripts that I'm disassembling are interpreted in 6502 assembly on this bastard. If it wants to focus, you son of a, come on, focus. Thank you. This thing, it's a tape drive nonsense thing for the Famicom. I'm making a mess. But yeah, so I've been having a lot of fun in this game. And I'm trying very hard not to like post spoilers anywhere. But yeah, I'm really enjoying it. Really enjoying it. I installed Planet X2. Maybe it's something being bought again. Planet X2. Oh, I never heard of that one. Okay. All right, make, yeah. And then let's go over here. Try that again. It found a bunch of, why is it not, huh? Okay. Found visited at that. P dot current plus start adder make. What do you, oh. The fuck? Folks that make it, let's make an interpreter on a 6502. How bad could it be? Proceeds to make the dumbest interpreter ever. I mean, it's not the dumbest. I mean, the code isn't great. Can I wait for you have a proper talk? I'm getting there. I played it for like a few 4 or 5 hours yesterday. First need to finish Borderlands 4, Hollow Knight, and still Song before. How you liking Borderlands 4, by the way? Dennis! How you doing? Welcome. I need to turn my fan on. Give me a second. A little warm in here. Kung Pao Jeff. Hello, how you doing? Ahmed, how you doing? Welcome. Now you've got a physical and a Steam copy. What's going on? Pasta Rhymes, hello. I am working on disassembling a weird domain-specific script that is interpreted in 6502 assembly. Yeah. Arch Linux Penguin, hello, how you doing? So the script is disassembling to this. 5 lines of code. It should be about 1,000, so it's wrong. And the weird thing is, it's finding other branches and shit, but it's not printing them out. Why? Because, like, it adds the token, right? All right, let's just do this. Print line token dot string, I think it is. It's already a script tokens labels. That can't be nil, but map int string of nothing, like that. How dare you? Cannot call not. Oh. But now, cannot use that value of just. Wait, what the fuck? Get my parentheses all screwed up. Well, that one, no. It's label. How about that? There we go. Okay. What does running in a debugger show you? It shows me kind of what I need to know, but not really. There's 1,300 scripts I want to decompile. So let me actually open up a Messin, and I'll show you what it actually shows. Debugger, okay, and then A. On how many tapes? A few. Okay. No, this one. LS. LS. Star.json. 75? 75 tapes? Okay. So this right here is the main VM loop where it's reading data, right? We're going to have a look at this in memory. This is what it looks like. Right here. None of this is 6502 assembly. This is all its own scripting language that is interpreted in assembly. Now we know the locations for all of the handlers, but we don't necessarily know what they all do. Some of them it's easier to find out, right? Like this one, it just sets a variable in RAM. It's used for some like jumping or call stuff or whatever. Other ones, handler 97. I'm not entirely sure what this does. I don't know. Some tape NMI shenanigans. Other than that, I don't know, because I haven't figured out exactly what this does yet. Have I ever drawn 9 scripts of tape? Yeah. Can you tell what SDA is? SDA? What do you mean? SDA. That's not a 6502 instruction. Larry put my left nut in a jar years ago. What? Larry? Can I learn over the owner after a lot of suffering? Jesus Christ. But yeah, so Messin doesn't help too much with the inner workings of the script on its own. I have to do a lot of manual work for that, right? Like I said, there's a lot of opcodes that we don't really have figured out yet. Scripts, E, and then instructions. So a bunch of them here, we do have names for them, but there's other ones that like we just don't know what they do, right? We don't have any real names for them. And there's a bunch in here there's a few in here that are kind of weird, right? Like this one, break engine. And a bunch of random different halts that all go to the same spot. They call the same routine, right? Unknown 0, unknown 1, unknown 2, basically. Only the naming I have for it is unknown underscore and then the hex value for the opcode. So if I go over to here, oh, it actually doesn't show up over here like that. Yeah. Yeah. Basic logic that makes for a generic stack programming language, we easily figure it out. But there's a lot of stuff that's just audio or video or a lot of stuff specific to this StudyBox, right? and things like, you know, draw the scene or wait for data from the tape and crap like that, you know? One of them is audio stuff. In fact, let me not do the smart one so I can actually get a bunch of that. Unexpected early end. Okay. Why? How did that break? Oh, this is the one that... Because this is the one that actually breaks. The CDL adjacent. That one. Okay. Why the fuck? I'm looking at the wrong script. The script. There it is. Okay. So this is the naive approach for this script, right? Where I actually... where is it? All right, there. I've got some rudimentary CDL of like, hey, this is data. Don't try disassembling it, right? And that gives me... Where is it? Down to... Oh, where the hell is it? Oh, these guys are... All right, okay, so it's actually showing it now. These are here. So it's showing that as code and not trying to disassemble this crap. Because down here somewhere, I think it's like over here. One of these is a jump switch instruction. I think it's DE, and then this right here. No, it's C1. Where is C1? Right here. C1. And then the next byte is how many arguments that's supposed to have. How many addresses, which is 229 words. So multiply that by 2 for bytes, and that goes well beyond the end of the script. So that broke everything. But this is all data, right? This isn't like code. But yeah, here's some audio stuff, by the way. So this is all sound bites, little sound effects. That's what these are. All right, so that push data, that's setting some audio data. Ooh, I haven't seen one like that before. Ooh, okay. Look at those. Oh my god. So I think this right here is just triangle. I think that's what that one is. So I'm pretty sure the first two are the square waves, the square channels, and the third one, the optional third, is the triangle channel. Never have too many alt instructions. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's more of like they didn't have any more instructions, so in order to fill the instruction table, just in case something were to use it, they just pointed it all to halt, right? Yeah. There's an old microprocessor out there, 6809 or something. It has a test instruction that will toggle some bus lines fast enough that in certain configurations they will literally burn up. Oh my god. But yeah, so like this right here is all very specific to this hardware, right? Like this push data thing, it's you know, pushing a string around, sure. But as far as I can tell, as far as I've seen so far, strings are just used for audio, strangely enough, right? So like pushing this fills a certain buffer in RAM, and then play sound basically unpacks that buffer. So each channel, so every so it's three channels separated by colons, right? So it takes each chunk of data between the colons and puts it into its own freaking specialized buffer, And then it, reads each of those buffers directly or whatever, and figures out what notes it needs to play and all that kind of crap, right? And like for the duration and the volume and a bunch of other things that go into making a sound happen. But yeah, again, that's all like very specific to these ROMs, right? And these didn't make any sense until I started to dig into like what the hell they were actually doing, right? Because push data in and of itself isn't very useful because it just fills a buffer, right? That's all it does. So it's expected that you call play sound afterwards, which actually does stuff with that buffer, right? But I wouldn't necessarily know that without disassembling the scripts, where I can see every instance of push data is followed by play sound. And that, what is it, set word, this guy here, is used by a few things. So this is probably some kind of jump or something like that, some kind of call or whatever. Now, Papa Navar, Papa Navar, Papa Navar, oh my god. And return, you. Alright, so, smart. Really? I mean, it got decently far. Why the hell is it? None of this is sorted correctly, actually. That's concerning. Okay. Hang on. Where do I go to tokens there? Range. I actually need maps? No, what is script. Okay, nope. Script tokens go offset. Okay, that's what I need to sort it by. Not maps. Slices. Okay. Just do Duolingo. I need to start up with some more language study stuff soon. Golang.org. Slices. Okay. Sort func. That's what I need. Sorts the slice and then the comparison and then the integer. Okay. If it's yeah, I'll figure that out in a second. Okay, so slices dot sort. That doesn't return anything, right? Yeah, it doesn't return anything. Okay, good. Sort func skr dot tokens. A B script dot token int. Okay. That's basically just going to be for strings I can use like string compare, but I can't do that here. If A is less than B, should return a negative number when that. Okay, -1. Return. If A is greater than B, return 1. Return 0. Okay. No, I need to build it first. Make. How dare you? Because, okay, dot offset. That's better. Okay. These still aren't... Why the hell? 65DE. How are these being found? These returns. What? Compare package with some useful functions for this? Oh, well. Too late. Yeah, it's not doing the labels, but whatever. Pop into... Set up loop crap. Yeah, Call, absolute. 7306. 7306. We should have gotten that. Why not? Not this one. Over here. Current plus start adder. +1? That doesn't actually seem right. Do I have that? Is that off by 1 actually? That, okay, setting it to current is correct because it adds 1 on the next loop. But this is incorrect for the -1. Okay. Branch 0 to X. That's going to be raw like that. So no +1 on those. Actually, that one's going to be +1, but... Right, because, okay, so these only have a single argument. Right. This one has multiple arguments. Switch 0x %O to X. $sign %04x. And new line, and then that's going to be raw and that. Thank you for the gifts. I appreciate that, Anonymous. Hello.
He's the most powerful hacker of all time.
Okotenek? Am I saying that right? Welcome, how you doing? Learning Rust. Good luck. Could be something calling an empty function. That seems kind of unlikely. I think I just have the offsets a little incorrect. return at percent 004x. That's going to be p dot current plus start adder. Make. Why is it printing out everything? Hang on. Where did I put that? I did that. That's literally this right here. God damn it. Rusts. Was that you, Jill Mega? That was you, wasn't it? Encryptable for the not case you're not appending the same value you're printing. Oh, you're right. Well, so for print, I want that in CPU space, but for non-print, for actual navigation, I want that in script offset. And these are opposites. So this returns in script offset. I'm sorry, in CPU space. So I need to get it into script offset. But P current is in script offset, and I want that in CPU space. So that's why they're like that. This one, though, that ain't right. Oh, wait. Is this the one you were talking about? Because that +1 and -1 isn't correct. Is it? Hang on. P current, break the inner. No, that shouldn't break. That should just continue, actually. -1, and then continue that. Token inline 0 is the current instruction. Yeah, so token is the current instruction. And inline, I'm checking for... I'm making sure that won't be like out of bounds, whatever, right? And those are the inline operands for it. Either a byte or a word. That's figured out beforehand, so I can just say, hey, give me the integer of that. Yeah. Still not finding those. 7306. Ha! Where the hell is this branch? What? Wait a minute, what? Start at that. That's what that is. Why is it... Why the fuck... Hang on. Branch 6002. Okay, yeah. So starts at let me rerun this real quick so I get the... No, I need to compile it first. Make. That again. There it goes. Or let's say it's clear. And then that. Okay. Start at 6002. Good. Branch C0 6000A. How is that? is that offset weird? Because that is after... This address is a little weird. p.current is updated after parsing the instructions. So okay, so branch is 6000A. No, what? Hang on. That C0 should be 6029. That's not what I want to be adding, actually. No. Yoink that, pasted there. That's what I want. I don't want the... Okay, I don't want... Yeah, I don't want those. Not the location it's at. I want the location that we're adding to the thing. That's what you meant? Oh, okay, I see what you're saying, yep. Okay, let's try this now. Clear. I didn't even figure out that fucking negative, whatever the hell that is. Okay, 6029. Okay, that's better. Okay, so do we have 6029? Yes. Okay. Fine. Then C0635. Okay. Jump apps here. Actually, you know what I can do? Hang on. Let me do this. %s token dot instruction dot name, I want to say. Yes, okay. And let's also give 4x the what's it? Address for the start of this thing. Token dot offset, I think? I think that offset is in yeah, okay, that's in CPU space. Okay. Offset, and then token dot instruction dot name, like that. Can try to make a package manager jumping off the deep end. I see. All right. Oops. And then get yoink. Paste that there. We don't need any. There's no inline values for that. So do that. Okay. Oops. Okay. 6008, jump 0, yes. 60 F2, another jump 0. I'm sorry, 2F, another jump 0. And then jump absolute. Jump 0, 60, 35. Wait a minute, that isn't right. Yes, it is. What the fuck? Then how do I get to 34? Ugh. How the fuck? What? The hell? Depending on how the interview process is going to go for a job I'm taking, I'm talking to a recruiter about. I'm going to get myself a notebook for when I visit home. I'm going to put Linux on it. Nice. What are you buying over the Brit? Buying all the things. So I don't know how that one is disassembled. Hmm. Alright, this is looking a little better though. Unused. Play beep. Really? Yep. Tape out of my shenanigans. Yep. Okay. Pretending to go to Arch. You see it? What do you say? Yeah, there's weird ones in here that like don't have any. That address is part of the previous instruction. Oh, you're right. How the hell? Is the parsing for jump absolute just broken then? Because that'd be down here. Has that always been broken? No. Yeah. What the fuck? What the fuck? Guess you continue to skip something that needs to happen. It does. It does. It does. It does. This one doesn't. This does. It needs to break. Because that does this. Well, actually, hang on. No. Is it just not incrementing That feels very hacky. And it still doesn't work. Preserving the entire instruction. Okay, is there a plus plus elsewhere? No, this just parses that one instruction. No terminated, right. That actually doesn't seem right. Hang on. Trim absolute 160, so that's wrong. Okay. Because that only grabs the first one. Alright, so that wasn't right. Hang on. Undo. That loop has the caller increment peak current, so adding 3 for a 3-byte instruction seems wrong. This here. Oh, I'm incrementing them here. This one, I do need to do that up there, just to add 1 to it, I think, right? Or well, that one wasn't really broken, was it? Actually, calling it a copy of P? I don't think so. I don't know how that'd be a copy of P. This is the one it's using up here. That's set way up here outside the loops. And that is, yeah, that is a pointer to it. You know, let me just do this actually. Less. Then how is the result not affected by changing that from +2 to +3? I don't understand either. Jump 0 is fine. But jump absolute, wait, hang on. Okay. Oh, it's V. So 32 offset. $35.60. 842B 60. And then that 01. Okay, so that 60 is getting duplicated. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I'm looking at the correct script. I should be anyway. Yeah, I am. Yep. But yeah, so that is... What was it? That is getting duplicated. Only after the jump absolute, not the jump 0. Okay, what's the difference between the jump absolute and the jump 0? How do I do that? I set that for one of them. Why don't I just... Hang on. Always do that. Oops. Always. But if it equals that... break. So it just goes to the next... We're not setting it. We're just going to set that as a new branch. Pop that on the end there. It's going to break this. So it'll go to the next one. Right? Which is down here. Right? Also, wait. Is equal to 1. Wait a minute. If it's equal to 0... No, because equal to 1... That, okay. Yeah, because we're removing it after... That's fine. Okay. 6032 being 3 bytes, and the next address is 6034. Yeah. Yeah, and that's what didn't make any sense here, because after jump absolute, right, that address isn't referenced anywhere. Still fucking doing it. What the hell? I did rebuild that, right? Yeah, okay. How was current negative? Good question. Ending in line 126 weather. Oh, right. No, let's forget something. Okay, I'm good. Really feels like this shirt should never happen. That's, yeah. Yeah, that's exactly what that is. Basically, like, how the fuck, what, huh? How? It's actually returning on that, too. Which, wait a minute. Oh, right. That's the error that it gives back. So that's not, that's on, that's the error output. Not part of, yeah. So when I scroll past it, and that, yeah, okay. What is it? Ampersand 2 to 1, like that. Nope. Just 2 to 1? 2 to ampersand 1. That was close. There it is. All right. Yeah, so at the end there, it breaks, because I don't know why. Start at 1. What the fuck? Why are you starting at 1? What? Oh my god. Oh my god. When is it adding that? Because it doesn't... Is it really adding that there? Because, like, right after it... It starts the next branch. In this output here? Yeah. 60, 34. Nope. Would it be... Oops. 60, 33? No. So then a token is getting added for that address without it being the start of a branch. That's what it looks like, which is weird. Because it shouldn't be doing that. That happens here. Percent O2X. No, 4X. S. S? Yeah, that's fine. Let's put this in brackets though, like that, and that's going to be P dot current. No. Yes. No. That's just going to be token dot offset, and then token dot string. What the hell was it again? Map int label, like that. Okay. Goes down to the C0. Does the jump 0. Okay. Picks up a 60 BB after that. Jump 0. Again. This one. 62F. Then picks up at 6032. Yeah, okay, and then it starts again. So it's not coming from there. 34. That's not 64. 34. What? Huh? What? What? I just deleted the file and it did not. God damn it, this happened before. Oh my god. Just no. Oh, fuck. God damn it. That. How's current? Yeah. Errors.join. Error navigation. Or script. Nope. Error dot. Error. Navigation. I didn't save. There we go. Oh, look, it's not actually there because the issue hasn't been there for a while. It just wasn't saving the fucking file. Ah! Oh. Gotta love chasing issues that are no longer an issue, but you think are still an issue because it doesn't save the fucking file! Well, at least I got some more debugging output, which is neat. All right, let's work on that. Okay. I need to do the label thing for these as well, but yeah. Actually, I can probably fold that into auto label. I think I can do that as well, right there. Script labels. Auto, yoink, and that. Nope. Script parser. Go. Yep. We can drop that. To there. I'm using this so many goddamn times. Adder. No. About like that. Yoink that again. That's gonna go into there. Should work. Really? Oh, because right. I'm not doing something with labels, aren't I? Am I? Labels. Oh, no, okay. I am making that. Pokemon can never be too verbose. You're right. The best error for a game I've seen today. I started Borderlands 4 via Steam. Got an error that says something like, Steam must be running to play the game. Make sure to start Steam before starting the game. I think I've actually seen that before. Yeah. Do I not? It just prints it and it continues. That overwrites labels. Okay. pscript.labels. Right. Why is it not give me the labels for these things? It's got labels. Those addresses are a little weird, though. What the hell? 6029. Wait, now... Hold up, now they're there? No, I broke output... Fuck! God damn it. Like you debug output, isn't it? Or does it not write the file again? No, it's this function is weird. This right here is target is very because I'm not setting is target. That's what. God damn it! That's so stupid. I need to change that. I think. T to offset T. To, yeah. Yeah, I need to change how that works. I don't care if it's a target or not. Or if it's a variable. I don't care. I don't think I care about that shit either. So let's just take this. If it has a label, comments nothing. If it has a comment, add a comment. Prefix. Name is that. If label dot name does not equal that. Name equals label dot name plus that. Prefix is going to be name, like that. That's better. Okay. There we go. There we go. I had some overly complicated code in there for label stuff that shouldn't really be there. Okay. This is doing much, much better now. Now I need to label all this stuff as actual data, as actual code rather, and yeah, output unknown with a start label or start address, right? And list out data. I think. Maybe? I don't know. Okay, so. Oh, Jesus. Nope. We're turning off that for now. Hang on. Don't need to be printing all this stuff right now. Okay. Let's do that for labels. I don't want to do that for labels. Command script to code. Okay. I don't think. I guess the one remaining thing, or else I'll put any in between chunks and as data blocks. Right. Yeah. I do kind of want to do that. Not gonna lie. A lot of negative shit. I need to figure out what the fuck's going on there. Because there's no way that these are unused. No. Because that's the coding. That's not the stats thing. Ah. Okay. Okay. That's looking better. Okay, so unused opcodes in all of those tapes. Most likely. Most likely. So these are ones that are in the ROM but are never touched. Now, the hex string, I haven't ever seen that one. I haven't ever seen call assembly used. I wanted to find one that had call ASM so I could see what the fuck it was doing. Unfortunately, I don't think we will ever see that. These guys aren't that surprising. Some things that are probably missed for one of those negatives for another far calls between scripts. Right. Yeah. But this is a better... That's concerning. That should be in the never used list. Why is that fucking used? What? Okay, grep everywhere dot script data dot text oh shit, I needed to CD over to this one. And then that's in data. Why is that finding data as code? Halt! That's why. Okay. Oh, Jesus, I need all the halts. All right. 81. 9B. Jesus. 0xF2, 0xF3, F4, F5, F6, F7, 8, 8, FD, and God damn it, we'll put XFF in the beginning. Return, brake, engine, and halts. Oh. Okay, at least it stopped there this time. Huh. That's a lot of negative shit, though. I don't like that. Still 3 more brake engines somehow. And trim string start never used. All right. Okay. And this guy. Long return. Oh, fuck. Forgot about those. Long return is 0xAC. Okay. Return, long return. Brake engine and halts. Okay. make, decode. Still seeing a lot of the negatives. All right, I got rid of that. All right, how many more brake engines? Okay, that got rid of all the brake engines. All right. Okay. The fuck's going on here? I bet you. Oh, that's gonna be doing something weird. Also, long return. So this script is the target of a long call. Cool. Neato. All right. This guy. Why are you going negative? No, it's not text. There it is. Jump switch. Okay. Let's do just the whole thing. Hex dump CV that less 6 is 15F. C1 2 jump switch isn't correct because this is that is the length. Oh God, I broke it, didn't I? I broke one of those parsers. Another unrecognized end of code. Yeah. On the bright side, at least those unexpected problems led you to find some problems. Yeah. So it's I have a lot of data to work with, which helps, right? If those data blocks didn't contain an FF, you might have never noticed and just gotten bad data in your stats. Yeah. So I knew that the naive approach wasn't going to work. As soon as I saw my stats and nothing was unused, I'm like, oh, that's wrong. Obviously, that can't be right. Because like I don't think a brake engine would legitimately be used somewhere, right? Better than it works, just for this one specific script. Yeah. The target of a long call, or someone's playing silly buggers with call stacks, happens when first starting a 3D person. Target of a long call. So those are the long calls are just like bank switching stuff, right? So bank switches to another script and starts execution over there. And then the long return does the opposite of that. Okay, but this jump switch, I broke. Because that first argument isn't a word, that's a byte. Which 15F. Which I am actually parsing correctly. I'm not. I shouldn't be making a label for it. Is what it is. Okay. God damn it. That's these guys. If inline 0, yeah. If inline is less than 2, count is going to be token.inline 0.int if inline is not count plus 1. Jump switch, or you're just gonna be switch. Switch missing target switch. Target mismatch. Expected count got that many. Count len. What was it again? Let's be that. -1. And then this from 1 on. What? 138. $146. Huh? Oh, because, yep. Thank you for the follow, by the way. Appreciate that. Okay. Did we get any of those anymore? Not enough bytes for script. We're going to have a look at that in a bit. Okay. So those negatives were because I was interpreting that first argument as a fucking label. Yeah, that fixed the -1 problem. Yep. Yeah, okay. 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 Next. Whoa. Next. Over here. Oh. Okay. Script parser, not enough bytes for script. Not Vim. Hex dump CV. What the fuck? Okay, yeah. Yeah, uh-huh. There certainly are not enough bytes for the script there. The script starts with, hey, yeah, this is just stack space. That's all that is. The stack space starts on byte number 3. There is literally nothing in that script. What happened? Okay, so we fixed some bugs, right? So we have a lot fewer errors, right? So I was scrolling back to an error that wasn't fixed. So I saw this. All right, script parse error, not enough bytes for script. What the hell is going on there? Did it like decode wrong or something like that? Is it reading the script wrong? So I went and I had a look at what it tried to decode. Found an empty text file. Okay. So then I had to look at the actual data, the raw data for the file, and it's 2 bytes long. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Nope. It's 2 bytes long. And those 2 bytes aren't really part of the script. That's part of the data, right? So it's the header for the script, which basically tells the engine, hey, this is where I want you to start putting the stack. This is where the stack space starts. And the stack space starts where you would expect the code to start. So, so that's incorrect. I'm wondering how that works, really? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the fuck's going on there. You know what? Hang on. While we're in here, all right, that was segment 1, packet 53. Length 2, there it is. It loads in a different bank. Okay, is there anything loaded? That's bank 1, address 6000. But there's nothing in a lower address. Like 5000. Another 6000 bank 2. What about this one? $6,000. That's it. What? Huh? Leftover. I mean, I guess, yeah. It could just never be used. Just, hey, put this byte onto the page. I mean, yeah, nothing else. So it would have to be. Oh god, everything after this load no longer matters really. Because if anything else were to get written there, it would get overwritten, right? So if something had already written to that bank, right? Oh god, if something had already written to that bank and like you needed stack space somewhere else, like this would start the stack space at the beginning of the script essentially. And that's the only script on that page. Maybe their tool is expected to always have a script that was empty. Well, no, because bank 3 isn't always used. Hell, the bank 3 is used until like halfway through one of the hearing tapes, even. It's fucking weird. That's funny though. That is really goddamn funny. Is that the only one that does that? That's not the only script on that page. I didn't even go tape page. Oh, yeah. Yeah, so there's other scripts in there. That's the only one. Okay. That's our only error now. That's surprising. And that's only because it's too fucking short. Okay. All right. ROM stats. So these I will never be able to see. Oh wait, there's still are there still 3 break engines? No, actually, I don't think there are. Hang on. Just stats. There's still 2 break engines. Where? Okay. Thank you for that follow. Appreciate that. Likely accidental? Yeah, likely accidental. Alright, let's have a look at... Can I just actually Vim like that? Okay. That's all data. I beg your pardon? What? 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 I guess you could get rid of the error if the by not starting the parse, the script is empty. And if you want to be safe, that would be stack address being 6002. But even then, if the stack address is different and it still doesn't have any data in it, you know, this shit is concerning though. Just jump absolute to fucking nowhere. So we're gonna have to have a look at these, I think. These tapes. Another one does the exact same fucking thing. Jump, not 0. What the fuck? Packet 80. Segment 7, packet 80. It's version of a seg fault? I guess? I don't know. Because that would... Never branch depending on the data. I mean, it could. But that seems kind of dangerous to have in there, you know? And like... Okay, so this one isn't long enough, but... The other one I think was long enough that it would... The stack would go into... ROM space. Possibly. I'm back. Last investigate a bunch of missing functions calls in here. Is there somebody to define them? I did, actually, yes. It turns out I wasn't actually writing the file, so that file was old and incorrect. So now I'm getting stuff like this, which is much better. So I'm going through trying to find like the weird odd cases, right? Like so I'm looking through the stats, right? So these are all the used functions right here. And break engine is in there. Like, that doesn't seem right. You know? That script starting at stack space at 718E. So that plus, I don't know, whatever 7, whatever minus that is. 6 ECE. So hex 706E minus 6ECE equals. It's 416. So that plus 718E only gets up to 732E, which is less than hex 8000. What is the script to start a stack space? Could it be overriding that area with code before it actually branches into it? No. No, it would have to write directly for it. It would have to write that data by name, kind of. And the only name there, is that label, right? No other name there, and those are just from jump zeros, right? Unless it's got some pointer stuff in here, you know. To reference some pointers. 6FBC. Those are actually labels. DRF pointer inline. So that, I believe, grabs whatever the hell is there and puts it on the stack. Whatever that points to anyway, right? I'd be taking these two right here. Defref. No. Deref. Uses the inline word as a pointer and pushes the byte value at that address, a byte value, not a word value, to the stack. All right. Yeah. So for those, let's go ahead and get labels for those as well. Case 0xB7. Actually, if token dot inline. Santa Porter, how you doing? Welcome. That's not it. Op count. If it's equal to 2. And also if found okay, p dot script dot labels token dot inline 0 dot int not okay, so it doesn't find it. Or this val. It doesn't find it, then that, but it's not just an auto label. Auto label var. Okay. So if it has a word inline and a label for it doesn't already exist, make a variable label for it. Op count. Token does no... Val int undefined. Huh. Type int has no field or method int. The fuck you... Oh. Oh! Look at that! Fuck yeah! Right to table. Oh god. Push word index. Push word index. Eee. So that's a table there. Lots of tables. These programs you're untangling, where do they come from? All right, so they come from tapes. In fact, I have a few of them. Just a few. Specifically, these are tapes from the StudyBox system. It's a Famicom device. It's a Famicom device that uses tapes. The tapes are stereo, so on one channel it has recorded audio, and on the other channel it has data. We're looking at some of the data. Yeah, and included in the data are the scripts that I'm looking at, any kind of graphics, like the actual tiles, as well as the layouts and colors and all that kind of crap, are all on that tape. A lot weirder. It is a weird device. Very weird device. So if you have a look over here, there is a little bit of information about it. I'm still working on a bunch of crap. I actually got this finished up the other day. This page here. These are the hearing tapes. So pressing play loads the tape into some sort of RAM. Yes. Yes, yes. This thing here has so much RAM. Why are you not in focus anymore? Thank you. This thing has so much RAM in it. It has 2 separate chunks or banks of RAM that can be individually banked in and out. That do not overlap, which is... That's the first I've seen it. But yeah. Really weird device. Bank size? Large. What is that in decimal? So one of them is 8K. Another one's like half that. So about 1K. 1.5, actually? I don't know. It's, yeah. Vast tracts of RAM. Vast tracts of land. I don't want land. Hey, don't steal Toad, welcome. So yeah, it's got a lot of RAM. It's got like, what is it, like 200K of RAM or something like that? No, that sounds too high. I don't know, it's got a lot. Maybe not 200, but yeah, a significant amount. It's got like four full banks of this. So times 4. 32 for at least one of the banks. And the other one I think is like 16, like half of that. 16K? So yeah, 32 and 16 sounds about right. It might have been like megabit instead of byte that I was thinking of the numbers for. And this only has 16-bit pointers? Yes. But, well, that doesn't matter with banks, though. Because they're swapped out all the time. So all these scripts, like this script here, packet 7. What am I? 780. So this script here is in bank 1. This script here, this one, is in bank 3. And this one is put into bank 2. And all those banks, like the address, the starting address is 6,000. So they all start at 6,000. It's just that, you know, which bank is swapped in at that time. Yeah. And this right here is actually one of the tapes. This is one of the simpler tapes, the shorter tapes. Let's turn that on for you as well so you can hear it. Load and give it a second. Unless the debugger hit again. Nope, okay. Is it doing its thing? Should be. There it is. There it goes. Power trial. Hello. You. There it goes. Now you can hear it. Yeah, plus another set of banks switching for the ROM, right. There's no shared memory space outside of normal RAM. What do you mean shared? Like between the PPU? There is extra RAM for the PPU, so it uses 4 name tables, but that isn't like shared. Why did it draw all 4 like that? What? Whatever. Oh, I think I know why I drew all 4. Laziness. Because I didn't know which of these 4 panes it was on. Oh my god. Get tiled! Yeah, right. What was I saying? Like, yeah, so there's a lot more RAM. So there's 2 separate banks of program RAM, and then there's extra RAM for the PPU, so it can do 4 screen stuff. But nothing's shared between the CPU and the PPU. So I can't like write tile data directly from the CPU in CPU space. It has to also go through PPU space. Right? Yeah, Johnny. That's a weird sound, Johnny. Oh no, there's no more gasoline! Johnny, what the hell? Woo. But yeah, so these tapes just like the hearing ones play through this little whatever, right? It's just like a story. You just hit A every once in a while to progress it. I understand a little bit of it, a little bit. Not enough to I don't think enough to hold a conversation, but I can pick up a bit. And this here, the Japanese here is aimed at like 3rd and 4th graders, right? Oh yeah, and the flickering and the weird stuff. Yeah, that's not emulation. That happens on hardware too. Oh. But yeah, so over here I actually have full playthroughs of all of the English tapes. I need to work on the other tapes as well. The science and math. I need to get to those. I haven't done recordings of those yet. Yeah, so for each of these, you know, it's just 40 minutes of tape. Yeah. Play pause function is oh yes, very software controlled. Yep. The fuck is this? So we'll actually see some stuff down here, like this. Is like a little quiz kind of thing, right? So it's just teaching English, right? And this is like directions, like first left, second left, first right. Say, turn to the right, turn to the left, kind of thing. And this menu, this screen is all programmed in the scripting language that they were decoding. But the tape is paused at this point, right? So the tape's not playing, so it had to pause the tape. No. I don't think the tape has any non-software control. Yeah, they're all pretty much software except for the eject. So So fast forward, rewind, search for a certain page, pause or stop or whatever. That's all software controlled.
On your right.
Yeah.
That's right.
That's right. The cake is on your right. Yeah. But yeah, there's lots of like song and dance to these. A lot of recurring characters, right? And there's at least 74 tapes, because that's how many I have. The damn sweet moves, right? Yeah, so I've got 75 tapes, and I know for a fact that that is not all of them. I know I'm missing at least 10 tapes, because these guys, the Power Trials, there's at least 12 of those, right? Because I have tapes 6 and 12, so there's at least 12 of those. So I'm missing 1 through 5 and 7 through 11. Will I ever get those? I don't know. Maybe if they pop up somewhere, but I doubt it. I do have 1 tape coming in the mail, though, as well as another study box. That should hopefully be here this coming week. Bears, definitely worse than trolls. Bears, oh, they dropped an update, didn't they? Oh, I haven't. That's probably why you started a new world, isn't it? I might need to do that this week then. When are you live streaming Rocky upon rummaging? I won't be live streaming at all when I'm over there. This will be number 5. This will be the 5th study box I have. I need to start getting rid of them, honestly. I need to start giving them away. So I've got this one here, which is my main demo unit, right? The one that I'll actually use. I've got one currently in pieces as my here's what the internals look like demo board. And then I've got 2 more that are in boxes right now. So I'll probably, if I do get rid of these, I'll get rid of the ones in boxes. I don't need a box. Whatever. I'll take high res pictures of them, and then I'll send them on their way probably. Yeah, I'm actually going. Yeah, I'm going next month. I'll be in Japan. Yeah, going with my brother. It'll be fun. But yeah, so that's the gist of all this stuff. And we are working through reverse engineering this thing and figuring out how the scripts work and a lot of the details of the tapes. It's a slow process, but it's fun. All my utilities that I've written are in Go. Yeah. So, but it's an interesting little device. Did I just no? That's as hard all to see. Yeah, well, if it gives a nice time. Oh, thank you. Any cool things other than secondhand VG stores you'll be seeing? Oh yeah, we're gonna go to like a lot of museums and stuff. We wanted to go to the Ghibli Museum, except those tickets evaporated as soon as they went on sale. That and we didn't set an alarm to check the tickets or try buying them as soon as they went on sale. So we remembered 2 days later. So they were all gone. So, whoops. But yeah, we're going over there, doing a lot of sightseeing, having some food, having some good food. I plan on taking a significant amount of pictures. That reminds me, I'm going to buy a new SD card specifically for this trip for my camera. And I'm bringing my good camera that I didn't have last time. Yeah, better luck next time. Whoops. But I'm bringing my good camera. The one that I took pictures of the boards with. Super Bunny Hop video showed a really cool VR theme park thing. I don't think so. I'm not too fond of like the VR theme park stuff. You know, I don't know. If I'm gonna do VR, I'm gonna do it at home, so no one can see me flail around. Which reminds me, I do need to get my Vive working again. Where is? Oh, let me start the music up again. I don't need to be listening to silence. There we go. Internal site? Nope. Internals. Yeah. Took a bunch of pictures of the insides of the thing, you know, the chips and all that kind of crap. So this is the one I've got in pieces right now. So, yeah, some RAM, some more RAM, some more RAM, and more RAM, and then this is the ROM over here. And this is the mapper chip, and that's, I don't know, some communication with the other board. But that's the actual tape mechanism. Ugh. Figuring out lighting for a lot of this crap. That's what that is. And then back to the tape board. Tape controller and some other bullshit for the motors and all that. But yeah. It's a really interesting device. I've also got a bunch of the workbooks. Like the manual for all the English stuff. So I haven't figured out how to update the firmware. That's where I'm stuck, Bridgewater. That's where I'm stuck. My base stations need updating, and I can't update them. And I haven't gotten around to trying with my work laptop yet, because I don't want to install Steam on my work laptop. I just don't. I don't. So I might have to use a VM and do some pass-through stuff to get it working. Because I don't want anything Steam related near my work laptop, honestly. Because that can open up a can of worms I just don't want. But no. Thing is, the base stations still work, at least with Skyrim VR. I don't think I can start up anything without updating my base stations. It comes up like, hey, your base stations need to be updated or whatever, and it won't let me actually start the VR Home app. So I can't actually start anything in VR with them without them updated, which sucks, honestly. But whatever. All right, what? Oh, you know what I need to do? Hang on. I need to commit my changes. Diff script tokens. Yeah, we're gonna remove that is target stuff entirely. Oops. Rid of all that. Rid of that. The instruction is nil. Yeah. Okay. Is data from CDL. That's not actually used right now. I'll put that in there though. This is one that I've had a lot of changes to. So I'm not going to do partial on this. Yeah, because there's so many So many things that I've added in here. And changed and modified and shit. This was a naive approach too. This right here. So what that was looking at all the variables that are used in functions, right? Like in the deref pointer or the push val or pop val into a variable or whatever, right? Record that variable offset, that address essentially, and if I ever got to that address, or if I got to that address while going like direct through the script, I know to stop, right? Stop parsing the script because there's no more script or whatever, right? But that didn't work because I found a script that had the jumps in there. Remember that? I posted on Discord the other day where is it? I don't remember which one it was, which script it was, but yeah, it had like a bunch of jump absolutes, and in between these jump absolutes were data. It was all data, and it was breaking. It was breaking the parser, because in that data was an opcode for jump switch, and like the number of arguments it said it had was like 200 some odd arguments, which is like 450. It was like 440-ish bytes of data that it alleged were arguments, and that went way beyond the end of the script, way beyond the end of the data. Yeah, I assumed all data came after the code because that's all I had seen at that point. And then this script came and went, haha, that's funny. No. But weren't there jumps which got you to places between these jump absolutes operations? No. The first few jumps in between are all zeros. It's only the last few that actually had any data there. Actually, do I have... I don't know which script that actually was. Might have been in this one. I think it was this one. Yes. Okay, it is this one. Between this return and this push data, there's a bunch of jumps that were never actually called from anywhere, which is why they're not showing up here. Okay, so 0 F1. F1. No, it's way down here. 10 F1. 86. This guy here. That's a return, and then there's a bunch more shit here. Whoops. And then what is jump absolute? Is it 84? 84, yes. Okay. So that 86, and there's an 84. 7125. So I go down to 7125. Oops. 7125. Another 84. Another jump absolute. 7148. 717C. 71B8. 71F4. 72 2B. 726E, and it continues until this address here. Yeah, it's a sequence of jumps going into each other, but I don't know of any code that actually jumps into that, right? Because it's immediately after a jump absolute. So it's like, what the fuck? Why don't I just encode the in-between data with that word or some similar construct? I do want to do that, but I don't parse it out yet. And in order to do that, I need to complete the CDL stuff, because currently it only marks the beginning byte of an instruction as data. I'm sorry, as an instruction, as code, and not the arguments to that instruction. So for this jump absolute, only 84 will be marked as code, and these would not be marked at all. So I need to actually mark those. Yeah, I need to mark those. Which wouldn't be too bad, I suppose. We'll add this stuff. We'll do that after a commit though. Other scripts will do self-modifying code. Not that I've seen. I don't know. I hope not, given the general code quality, but I wouldn't bet on it. Yeah, I hope not. Ugh. Okay, just stats, and there's the CDL stuff. I need to add the CDL. Okay. Add CDL, add smart parsing. Added a CDL implementation. It is still very incomplete and not really used. Is not really used yet. Added smart parsing. This will assemble the code and follow any jumps and calls. Anything not found by this is currently excluded from output. Theoretically, since you sort the tokens, I suppose you could take the make the output detect a gap, and whatever's in between as data. It's probably better to go with the CDL. Yeah, I'll go via the CDL. Yeah. Now. I still need to like write out the CDL as well, but I don't actually do that yet. I only read it. Yeah, so like you could do like the idea being you can do output with the smart parsing first, right? And then based on like long calls or whatever in other scripts, you'd be able to define these are really this is really code, not data or unknown or what have you, and then send it through the non-smart parser, and that will just look at if it's given in the CDL, look at just the code stuff. Or I think right now it just ignores everything labeled as data and assumes everything else is code. Yeah, which I'll want to change, but it's whatever. Okay. So for these, p.script.cdl? Is that what it is? p.cdl. Why don't I have that in the script? You know what? Before that. No, we're gonna take that and we're gonna put it into the into here. Like that. Okay. Okay. You can use the smart parser again. Just have it read the same input for the long calls as additional starting branches. Ooh, that could be something too. Wow. Okay. Func CDL code data log. Write to file. And CDL code data log. Write to writer. What's that? Int 64 and error. Is that what that is? Int 64 and error. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Actually, the writer. Writer returns an int. Writer2, or write2 returns an int 64 because go to hell. All right, cool. N air equals W dot, no, raw equals encoding JSON, no, JSON dot Marshall, right? We'll do Marshall indent. CDL. Oh, I have to redo those ranges. I'll do that in a second. What is it? Prefix and then indent? Prefix and indent. Prefix and then indent tab. So before that, clean. It's gonna be code data log. Code. CDL range and data CDL range. Okay. Oh, this is gonna be a bitch, actually. I need to find the start and ends from that cache, is what I need to do. Ah. It takes a slice, and a slice that's larger than the system in size is probably difficult to do. I guess. All right, two can be arbitrarily large, I suppose. Do I want it back in like a human readable format? I think I do. And not just like a cached format. All right, well, keys. Int. You want a separate value for instruction arguments, so the reader can see where the instructions start. I mean, I could add that in there. Overlapping code, though I hope we never see that. Yeah. I don't know how I'd encode that into the ranges though. So we're gonna ignore that for now though. Oh. Range CDL dot cache. I know there is like a maps dot keys, but that returns an iterator, not a slice, and I don't want that. I want the fucking slice. Thank you for the follow, by the way. I appreciate that. Slices dot sort keys. Does that? Can I do that? Can I just do a sort on integers? Yeah, okay. That's fine. Sort that, and then, for Dr. Nims? Is that right? Hello? How you doing? Welcome. Range and keys. All right, how am I going to do this? If start equals -1, start equals k. If end equals -1, end equals k. Okay. And previous. If prev is not equal to -1, and previous does not equal k minus 1. Range. Clean. Oh shit! No, I need to separate out. Ah, fuck. I need to separate out the code and data before this, and then get the ranges of that. Oh god, I hate it. I hate this so much. Spreading? What the hell do you mean spreading? So before all that, code int data int for I'm trying to split the ranges actually. So I'm going to be going through this right here. Each bit there can have it set for code or data, or both. I need to split that out because I am representing them separated in the actual CDL data, the human readable data, right? To be easier to modify. Right. By hand, modify by hand, that is. Yeah. So I need to split it out. So I have a separate list of code and a separate list of data so I can get the ranges for each of those. Oh, I hate it so much already. If k and CDL code yoink paste data. And you know, without without the proper generation of this is not going to do the ranges, because every opcode essentially that has arguments is going to split the range. So before I can test this properly, I'll have to actually fix it. get ranges, list, int, CDL range. Okay. Range list. All right, previous is not -1, and previous is not address -1. Data. CDL range. Data equals append data. CDL range. Start. End. End. Something is both code and data. You want to include both and or split the ranges on that start stopping. I don't think I want to split the ranges for now because that just adds complexity I don't care about. Kind of. You know? All right. Clean code equals get ranges. That's what it was. Get ranges code. Data. Data. Okay. Ugh. If this just fucking works, I'm gonna be very surprised, by the way. Okay. And then it's just gonna be w.write raw. N error equals return in 64 n error. That should be fine, right? No. 35. Fair. I'll do that in a second. Untyped bool and untyped bool value is not used. 48. Can I use start, type in as string, value, and little, what the fuck? 12. No, 53. I expect those to be in hex, but they have to be strings. Invalid operation. Mismatch types int in CDL bit. Fuck you. 82. Well, hang on. No, let's do it the other way around. Int. Can I do that? No, because those are bytes, actually. K... I need the actual data, which is a byte, and I append the key, which is an address. My God. Undefined CLD. God damn it. Undefined slices. Okay. We're going to comment this out for now. Make key seal bit instead. No, the keys are an address. They're actually an address. So that's what's going on there. Oh. Code data. What do you mean undefined? Code data log. That was okay. All right. And then this is just going to be file error equals os dot create file name if error return error. Don't care error and cdl dot write to file return error. Okay. Oh, I needed to defer file dot close. Okay. Now for each of these, counts greater than 0. For do I use I? Yes, I. No, I don't. Okay, cool. For I equals p dot current plus 1. I is less than plus p dot current I plus plus. No, let's do it. For I equals 0, I is less than that I plus plus. If I plus p dot current is greater than length of, greater than or equal to length of, what the hell did I call it? Raw something? Raw input. That's not going to be air navigation. Well, we're going to grab that anyway. Air, early EOF. And the real error is, there, okay. Otherwise, p dot script dot cdl dot set data, I think. Set code. Set code. I plus p dot current plus start eder. But that's gonna be a +1 actually. No, less than or equal to. Yeah, that should work. Forty-two. Okay. You also know an error there on close if you care. I don't. I don't. I don't care. It's fine. It's fine. Okay, now I need a way to... Do I want to always update the CDL? Or... Instead of closing the file, you could just crash on the while still closing them, right? Well, I mean, it would just be, instead of deferring it, W error equals like that. Yeah. So for writing the CDL, do I want to overwrite what I have on the command line, or do I want to have a separate argument to be like, hey, put the CDL here? It's not the biggest fan. Yeah, well, it's better than what fucking VB has, all right? Or fucking C# with the whole catching and throwing of exceptions. I hate that. I think this will use the defer in case of panics, but that requires a named return. What do you mean a named return? I'm not sure I know what that is. Oh, yeah, I know what you mean. Putting a name onto this guy, right? Yeah. Yeah, I don't like doing those. The question mark is that's an error propagating operator. What the hell? I see the question mark as this might be null from C# land, right? Yeah. Anyway, make W error undefined fair. No. Oh my god. Yeah. Okay, so now I need a way to get that CDL data out on the command line again. I'll just do this. CDL output. Whew, okay. If args.cdl does not equal that. If args.cdl output does not equal that. Okay. By default, it will overwrite the CDL given. If CDL out equals none. Return early. Otherwise, I beg your pardon? Gotta make sure it's not nil, guys. Just make sure it's not nil. You have to be really sure it's not nil. You have to be absolutely positive that it's not nil. To avoid any possible race condition. Not sure that's how that works, but sure. Alright. Yeah, just in case. Don't let it be nil. Just in case. Just in case. Okay, we're going to first test this with just one of them. Am I in the same folder? Yeah. Alright. Bunch of shit. Just one of them. Actually, hang on. My logic for this is a little off. If CDL is not nil. Actually, that's just going to be script.cdl, isn't it? This guy, because it adds it to there. scr.cdl is not nil. Like that. It shouldn't. Did I have another one of those somewhere? No, okay, well. Make really sure this isn't nil, yeah. Okay, so if that's not nil, use that. Just a CDL variable, argument, for the output. Unless we have something specific for the output. Then use that. We don't have anything. Don't write anything. So if both of these are nothing, write nothing nowhere. Make. Okay. Code, NES, go, StudyBox, bin, script decode? No. Segment 00, packet 003. Dot dat. Dot text. Stats. Dot stats. Dot text. And CDL out. It's just out, right? Not output. It's just out. Output. Output is that dot CDL dot JSON. Really? 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 No, because I'm looking at the script CDL. It does it regardless. And for the smart parse, it ignores whatever's passed in the first place. This guy makes a new one. It ignores what was passed in. It doesn't even use it. It wasn't nil. Oh, I don't like that. I don't like that at all. There's shit there. Okay. There is data. It's just not writing it. Why the fuck? Wait, God damn it. Better. Better, I guess? Okay. Vaguely better, yeah. Huh? So that never kicks off. Yeah, the last won't be included. I see that now. Because I don't have this stuff on the outside. But still, what the fuck? What do you mean undefined adder? Down. Wait. Yeah, I don't need the... I don't actually need that stuff in there, but whatever. I'm gonna have it in there anyway. Okay, so. This one is the code range. And it's got a lot of shit in there. Has a single start and end. How dare you? 2, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, well. I guess that's not entirely correct anyway. Where's the... It's always -1. Oh. Oh! Six, 7, 8. That's how the fuck. End is always the address. Always. Down here. No. Up there. You need to set end to previous. Okay. 14 to 11. What? Two to -1. Commander, how you doing? Variable end. Line 65. This? See the range that end. Not end. Oh. You know what? Yeah. Interesting. Oh, wait, no. Priv, like that. The output was wrong. The display was wrong. 14 to 11? What the fuck? Oh, let me, %x, just like that. And 0x %x, new line. Six, 8, E to B, F to 15. This might be it. So now let me figure out why the hell it's not setting the range correctly. E to B is still backwards? Shit, you're right. It misses B. It should be B to B. Start as adder. No, -1. B to B, E to 15. That's better. Okay. That's better. Okay. Now we need to fix the fact that it's not setting this shit correctly in the first place. So the range is the actual data it's getting is incorrect now. But it's writing out the correct data given the garbage data it's getting. Yeah. Yeah. But no, this guy. It should be data all the way down, at least to there. No, it should be a large chunk of data, of code rather. So it's not getting the stuff on push word. Okay, which is the first goddamn instruction. I am doing the smart one, right? Yes, I am. Okay. So go to the current. This doesn't take any arguments, so that's fine. And then after all this, if the op count is greater than 0, that's why. Whoop. No, it isn't. So this offset here is the start offset, start address. So 6,000, hex 6,000, right? In theory. Right? Yes. So this yoink, paste. Print. Op count 2. Did I not? Didn't save that. One and 2. Why does it only do a few of them? Because I was looking at the wrong scroll. That's why. Okay. %04 x, like that, no new line. Five, 6. Why is it starting at 5 and 6? Also, DF pointer stack, that doesn't have two... Huh? Is this happening after current is increment? I don't think so. Oops. So... No. It's happening immediately before it. It's happening after the parse, which increments pat. In that case, I need to be doing that. In here. Count and count words. That's going to be a weird one. Those two are going to be weird. Actually, I can do just like this. Ah! That's not P, it's P dot script dot CDL. That. So -2 and 3 are going to be incorrect for now. Because, whatever. Although I do want to put that there like that. Did I ever make that? Nope, I didn't. Parsers, okay, 390. Missed one. Oh, did I? The fuck? Okay, so it's updating it. But... Huh? What? Whoa. It's sending something into ranges. But it's not writing any of that data out. Because that's the full range. No, we're not ending at -1. There we go. 2BB. Fantastic. That's what I wanted. Okay. Much better. Okay. So that should write the CDL to all of them. And we're going to go ahead and comment out that. And that. And somewhere there was a... Is there a print for something else, actually? Hang on. Okay. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Nope. Where was I writing that out? Here, was it? No. Where's the right tool? What's that? Okay, ranges, there it is. Okay. Do I still want CDL there or CDL output? I still want CDL there. So if I add some extra stuff, it'll just like update this and rewrite it. Right? Instead of just blatantly outputting over to like another file or something like that. Right? Okay. So let me actually do this here. Start at 0x100 f4 end at 0x1387. Oops. And we're gonna see if it rewrites this. If it does rewrite it, these will turn into tabs from instead of spaces. Shit. So it didn't read it. Oh, because duh, the smart script overwrites that shit. Yeah, my smart makes a new CDL. Let me undo that actually. So it'll just like update it, right? In theory. No, it's not on script parser. If p dot script dot cdl equals nil, oops, I need to compile that first. Make. Uh, 0x10 f4 and 0x1387. There we go. That's better. All right. And I think I saw some errors. Scroll past. Did I? There's not enough bytes for script. Or maybe not. Okay. But now, I have a bunch of CDL data. Yay! Okay. Let me commit this, but eventually I do want to get like data tokens, essentially, right? Where it just lists out data in the source. Yeah, I'm not sure I want to do that yet, though. Oh, do I want to, I might, with the just stats, I don't want to actually, get the, I don't want to have to write, I don't want to write out the CDLs for that. Yeah. Diff command script decode CDL output. Yep. Okay. that. I'll leave those prints in there that are counted out. Okay. Add that. That we're getting rid of. Leave those prints in there for now. The negatives still aren't correct, but it's more correct than it was before, I suppose. Right? Yeah. Well, it's got the alternative ones though, so like the push data will work, but the switches won't work. Won't be correct rather. Add that. With that. I don't want to say finish. Better than before, but not complete, but better. Yeah. Improve. Yeah. Improve CDL logic. CDL data can now be output to a file. If CDL output isn't given, but CDL is given, the input file is overwritten with the new data. If no CDL file is given, no data is written. Count arguments as code. Smart parse function no longer creates a new CDL. It will use what it was given and update it. We'll use and update what was given. The just stats command will not write CDL data. Does not write CDL data, even though it generates it. Variable length arguments are not properly handled yet. currently just the op code and first argument length are set as code. The rest are are ignored. Okay. That's a lot of progress today so far. Goodness. And I don't think I want to get into the unknown / data output yet. I don't think. I don't think. I mean, in theory, that wouldn't be too hard. It'd be going through, it'd be going through the raw input again. And using, the CDL, it would be adding tokens for unknown and or data CDLs. However, for that to work, I need the variable length stuff to work, and I don't want to fix that right now. Because I don't want it to, like, grab those arguments as data or unknown and add tokens for them, because that would break things. Yeah, that would break a few things. Oh, I don't output the stuff with Switch. The data on the very beginning there. Best to have at least args and known data marking in place first, right? Yeah. Because otherwise, all this would be considered unknown because it only gets this stuff right now, right? Actually, it might not even get that for these. It might just do these. I don't know. I'll have to look again. But for the others, it should be fine. Yeah, so this call switch doesn't have any other data over here. Which I kind of want to add something there, like at least the 04, the length, but then I'll ... there, something like that, right? Similar to how the push data happens. This thing. All right, this right here. Well, still don't have CDLs for those. Huh. Probably the best way to do those without breaking the fort. Yeah. Yeah, something like that. So that's the only halt actually used is F2. That's the proper halt. These other guys are halts that are never used. That's funny. Huh. Maybe I'll rename these to have their opcode on them and just keep this one as is. Oh, God. Jump arg A. Ew. Thank you for that follow. Appreciate it. Beautiful. And those I won't be able to figure out until unless I actually ran the damn thing, right? In order for that to happen, I would need to re-implement at least a very bare bones interpreter. Calculated jump? Yeah, calculated jump. That's what that is. And that's all data. Long call. This stuff here actually isn't necessarily a any data or any code rather. That could be data. Following this adequately requires significantly more analysis with possible exception for trivial cases. Yeah. Jump arg A. Is that just a strict jump? You think? What was that? FB? FB. Jump to address in arg A. It's just a jump. It doesn't even... It checks for this. What the fuck? Okay, so it's possible to not do the jump. So that is a conditional jump. But 4400 is... RAM space for like a script or some shit. Well, not necessarily. 4400 isn't in here anywhere. Yeah, I'd have to actually like run this in the emulator and see if that ever like triggered, you know? Cuz yeah, that's a conditional jump. And 4400, what is that right now in this random tape I've got open? That's mostly just data shit. Yeah. To avoid confusion, yeah. What do I name that to? Jump argay if 4400? Yeah, runtime analysis, yeah. Because this is used all over the place, I think, right? No, it's not. Test mode shit? Controller shit? The fuck? Are these really the only times that this is used? Branch not equal palette to buffer. What? Wait. Huh? Loaded in like 2 spots. Branch equal. Down there. It's only set here. And here. 0 to 1. And it's controller shit at power on. Two 4E7. Where's 24E7? 24E7. What the fuck? That doesn't make any sense. Sure, they're slightly verbose, but any, not any more than a price, to be clear. F9. That's a PPU address. That's so weird. It's 0 right now. Yeah, this is like power on shit. Power on, yeah. And it's, is it really not, what the fuck is this? 18, that's not an RTS. What are you talking about? Result RTS? No. B118 is not RTS. That's LDA. What the fuck you on about? What's that? I was getting the previous shit. Given the comment about test mode, maybe set when in test mode, and that allows scripts to include extra test code too. Maybe. But then in test mode, it doesn't read the tape like at all. Because that's one of the things you can get in the emulator without loading up a tape. So the emulators that don't actually implement the StudyBox, but implement the mapper, you can still get to the test mode there just fine. And I don't think the test mode does anything with the tape. And I thought this would be like... So it's 0 right now, though. It's a weird bank. Only if a certain thing is banked in. Huh. Yeah, I'd have to actually, like, see that in action, I think. Unless this mode has some built-in test scripts in the ROM. They want to block it from tape scripts, but that's reaching. Yeah, that is reaching a bit. I think a more logical explanation is that the 0-1 is only written in the first bank. So if it banks it out, it doesn't jump. Right? Look how many of these are used. They're absolutely fucking everywhere. Oh, and it runs off the top of the screen too, so I don't have any more history for that. So that's absolutely everywhere. Multiple times in scripts sometimes, right? Maybe? Yeah, 2,000 this script. That's weird. That's weird. Anyway. Yes, 4400 is in a, I think it's in a banked memory area, right? Yeah, 4400, it's banked. Yeah. It can only see part of that bank, but it is still banked. Right? It's not static there. Yeah, but the logic around swapping that bank evades me. It's been too long since I've seen that be switched. I see these switch all the time. Like these will happen like during scripts and all that. But I don't know about the other ones. I know that there are routines to switch the low RAM versus the high RAM, and the high RAM one is used a bit more because one of them shifts an argument a bunch before writing it, and the other one just uses the argument as is before writing it to the register. But yeah. So there's at least 3 RAM banking areas then. Well, so yeah, these 2 lower ones share the same data, the same banks, right? So 4400 and 5000 share the same data banks. But anything mapped to 4400, it does actually map starting at 4000, but everything from 4000 to 43FF is hidden behind registers. So you can't actually access that at that bank. In order to access that, you have to swap that into the 5000 bank, the 5000 address space, to actually access the data there, right? Thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. If you want to software to first memory space, would it be a high RAM walker? Hiram. Yeah, that's just weird. But there are 3 separate chunks of RAM. Individual chunks of RAM. 2 of them are program RAM, and 1 of them is PPU RAM, extra PPU RAM. Just that I can't access that 3rd one from CPU space. That I have to go through PPU space for that. But yeah, the CPU banked RAM is jank as hell. Well, not jank, but it's a little weird. It's a little weird. You know. It's only possible that during boot that address gets set to different values in different banks, and then is used as a sentinel to know or act on which bank is currently mapped in. Yeah, so that's gonna be my guess. Like if that bank isn't mapped in, because that's all data up there, right? Not really any code. Code isn't script data. Script code isn't usually written there. I haven't seen it. I haven't seen script data written anywhere other than Hex 6000. But name table data and like character ROM data, like you'll see that pretty much anywhere. I've seen that at 6000. I think 7000. I've seen it lower. I think I've seen it lower. But yeah, it's some sort of control based on the banking, is my guess. But it'll be hard to know unless I see it in action. But yeah. Anyway, I think I'm actually gonna wrap up. I'm getting tired, and I kind of hop in the shower, honestly. But I made a lot of progress. I got a lot done today, which is nice. Yeah, I gotta trace through some. I gotta hunt it down. I gotta hunt down the scripts and then load the ROMs up and then, yeah, wait for certain things to happen and yeah. Anyone, look, how you doing? Doing good. I'm tired now, but I'm doing good. I'm actually wrapping up a bit. Sorry, but yeah. Yeah, still a long ways to go. And hopefully this week, I'll have that new tape. We can see if it's one I already have or not, and if I paid too much money for it. The answer to that one is yes, I did, but whatever. But yeah, I don't think it's one I don't think it's one we already have. Naked Crossroad back to mining copper. I get to the right area just for after daybreak, immediately get killed by a bear. Ooh. Maybe difficult to get it to actually affect things if they don't write or remap there much. Yeah. I don't remember how much they remap that stuff. Yeah. But we are getting a lot closer to figuring out like the all of this language, you know, and all of what it does and how the ROM works and what everything does, what everything the ROM does, you know. We're getting a lot closer. We're getting a lot closer. Honestly, we probably have enough information now to get some homebrew on it. Some very basic homebrew anyway. But we don't have the encoding stuff working quite yet, and that's more of a hardware issue, I think, than anything else. I think. Because we haven't really been able to re-record a tape successfully. First week of CNC classes. Ooh. The teacher seems very knowledgeable. I can tell because on his left hand, he lost the tip of his index finger. And the full... I'm not sure I'd say that he's knowledgeable because of that. Hopefully he's learned from his mistakes. I still don't have our textbooks and workbooks since to school or doing them late. Oops. Yeah, closer to figure out all the instructions at least. Then there's how they're usually used. Yeah, and where's the ROM stats? And we got a bunch of unknowns that we know are used now. Right? We know they're being used because of how we're parsing these scripts. Especially for the high number ones. For the low number ones, it's still possible that they are false positives. Still possible. Less likely, though. Especially, though, for these really high use ones. High count ones, yeah. They're known unknowns. Basically, yeah. Yeah. They're just ones I haven't gotten around to reversing yet because they're on tapes that I haven't really dug too deep into. Yeah. So the next thing to do would be to you know, go to more of these and see if I can figure out what these are, find out where they're used, and see what happens. Basic homebrew should be possible at least once we get the tape encoding working, like you said, which may be a recorder issue, encoder issue, we don't know yet. Yeah, I'm leaning more towards recorder issue because I have raw audio that's been recorded off these tapes, and I can't get it successfully re-recorded on a tape and played on hardware. So that cuts out all of the decode, encode stuff, and it's just working with the raw audio. And even that isn't working for me. And I don't really know how to approach that. because I don't think any new tape hardware I get would be decent to the level that I need. And I'm not sure how to repair, modify, whatever my current hardware, right? That the tapes themselves seem less likely. I mean, it might be possible. I mean, these tapes do have a lot more tape. Well, maybe not. I don't know. So these tapes are all like, I'll have like a half an hour of recording, give or take. I can buy calibration tapes. Can I really? That might be something to look into, actually. Oh, no, okay. So, if anything else got more. Goddamn. All right. So it isn't the size of the spools and the tape. Like, giving up. That's about the. It's a bit bigger, actually. Okay. So it's not about the size of the spool, like being too large and thus like straining it too much or some shit, which was something that I did consider. Have you tried raw audio to tape then back to PC and comparing? Yes, and it doesn't look good. Which is one of the reasons I heavily suspect my hardware and my setup, and not the decoding. A while back, months ago, I don't remember if it was this year or last year, I generated a pure square wave, right? Pure square wave in software. So it was either plus like 1600 minus 1600, nothing in between, plus 1000 minus 1000, something like that, right? It was a perfect square. Sending that out to my audio equipment, my outboard equipment, and then back in to my computer without going to tape. It did degrade a little bit, but it was still a very good square wave. Sending it through all that to tape and back, oh my god, it degraded so goddamn far. The rollers are a major component in tape speed control. If it's sufficiently grippy, the tape won't play at the right speed. Insufficiently grippy. Yeah. Famicom Game Boy. Ooh. Takahashi. Whereabouts is that? Oh, go to the website. I should go to the damn website. Shush! Tape is amazingly shitty for pulse data. Yeah. All those high frequency bits get crushed. They're thrashed. Yeah. Effectively the AC coupled, which means the DC offset vanishes. What city is this place in? On a membership system where it's operates on a membership system where its address is private. It's in Shibuya. Okay. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna be able to go there. Anyway. I need to wrap up because I need to go take a shower. I feel nasty. Yeah. Anyway, we got a lot done. I'm happy with what I got done. Magnetic material of the tapes made out of also matters, but I don't think that should cause problems when using the same device for recording playback. Yeah, that shouldn't matter too much for what I'm doing. For the issues I'm seeing, that shouldn't matter. Because it's variability in the record. It's not that like the whole record is crap. It's that it's good, then bad, then good, right? So that kind of rules out the actual material of the tape. For me anyway, I would think, right? Because if the material of the tape was crap, it'd be the whole recording would be crap. Yeah. Write pre-compression, which is mangling the data signal when recording. Try to get it to show up better when reading. Oh, wow. Huh. Didn't know they actually did that, but it's not surprising, I guess. Yeah. Anyway, I need a shower, so I'm going to go do that. If they use tapes, chunks of the media might be better than others. So these tapes that I have are unused. They're I think new stock. I don't think they're new old stock. But yeah, I'll have to dig into it sometime later. But yeah, actually let's see if there's anybody to raid real quick. Hang on, let me while I'm on this screen. Don't go anywhere quite yet. We're just gonna see real quick if there's anybody online. It has been a little while since I've rated anybody, I think, right? Yeah, I think I'll go over here. Come with me to say hi. I'd really appreciate it. And, yeah, I will see you guys next time, I guess, right? Yeah, I almost said I'll be back on Sunday. Today's Sunday. I should be back next weekend. Friday's up in the air, like always now, apparently. We'll see how this week goes, because it's going to be chaos at work. So we'll see. We'll see if I'm too stressed out on Friday to actually stream. But yeah, you guys have a good night. Bye-bye.